Call the meeting to order. And we'll start off with our invocation. And I'm just looking for my notes. Here we go. We have Andrew Kazan, pastor of young adults at New Life Community Church, followed by Troop 394 for the Pledge of Allegiance. Will you please stand?
Can you guys hear me? Well, good evening. Thank you guys for having me here. It's a pleasure for here. Like you said, my name is Andrew Kazam. I'm the pastor of young adults at New Life around the corner, and it's really an honor to be here. But let's pray. Dear God, as we gather today, let us seek the wisdom and clarity needed to make thoughtful decisions for our community. May the tasks that are approached today be approached with unity and purpose, always aiming to enhance the well-being and prosperity of all who call this city their home. May the efforts of this council be guided by compassion and a commitment to the common good. And may they reflect your love and contribute to the peace and prosperity of this city. Amen. Thank you very much.
Color guard attention. Color guard forward march. Color guard halt. Color guard prepared post colors. Audience, please rise. All those in civilian clothing, right hand over your heart. All those in scout uniform, scout salute. Please recite the Pledge of Allegiance with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Color guard post colors. Color guard regroup.
Thank you, guys.
Color guard retreat. Audience at ease.
Thank you, guys. And Vita, may we have the roll call, please?
Council and Agency Member Johnson.
Present.
Council and Agency Member Vo.
Present.
Council and Agency Member Yokoyama.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem and Vice Chair Solanki.
Present.
Mayor and Chair Barrows.
Present. Okay, do we have any presentations tonight?
No.
I didn't see any either. It's at this point that I do want to read.
Mayor, we actually do have 5B, a selection of voting delegate and alternate, if you would like to take that item.
Yeah, that's what I was pulling up here. Under 5B, I guess maybe we have a staff report on it.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you this evening is review and consideration of the mayor's nomination of a voting delegate and alternate from the City Council membership to serve as the city's representative to the newly formed Gateway Cities Council of Governments Southeast Gateway Line Corridor City Committee. As a result of the recent termination of the Eco Rapid Transit Joint Powers Authority in late 2023, the Gateway Cities Board of Directors approved the formation of the Southeast Gateway Line Corridor City Committee, which will assume the responsibilities of the former Eco Rapid Transit Authority as related to the Southeast Gateway Line project. While there is no financial impact related to the action to appoint a voting delegate and alternate to represent the city of Cerritos on the committee, commencing in July 2024, there will be an annual membership fee assessed to all member agencies of between $10,000 to $17,000. All member agencies will pay the same fee. At this time, staff requests the City Council consider Mayor Barrows' nominations, receive public comment, and take action to confirm the nominations through council majority approval, direct the office of the city clerk to notify the Gateway Cities Council of Governments of the appointments, and add the item to the mayor's annual appointments list for the duration of the city's membership. This concludes my portion of the report. I will turn the mic over to Mayor Barrows for his presentation of his nominations, and myself, the city manager, and assistant city attorney are available to answer any questions the council may have.
Okay,
Thank
thank you very much. My nomination would be consistent with the Gateway City Council Governments. Our representative is Naresh, our Mayor Pro Tem. And since Naresh has attended a good number of the meetings and the negotiation with our supervisor over the demise of the Echo Rapid Transit, but it covers the ongoing program to build a light rail system which will be going through the city with the station in Artesia, and for us to have one somewhere about 7 or 8 years down the road. So my nomination would be to keep Naresh consistent with all of the things that go on with the Gateway City Council of Government. So with that, I'll make basically a motion, but to have concurrence from council that we do this for the remainder of the month.
Do you need a second?
Yes, please.
I'll second that.
Okay, is there any objection? Seeing none, that'll be the order.
And thank you, Mayor. Was there interest in nominating an alternate from the membership of the council?
Well, for the rest of the month, to keep somebody from being up to date, I think I'm the alternate anyway.
Okay.
So I'll just go ahead and, is that okay?
I'll second that as well.
Okay. We'll let the next mayor go ahead and determine who's going to be which.
And we will activate the electronic voting. Oh, and I apologize. I do believe we need to take public comments on this item. Excuse me, if you would like to open public comments. Mayor.
Do we do public comments during these before?
Yes, with the mayor's annual appointments, we do typically
Okay.
take public comments, but I don't believe we have anybody signed up for item 5B. So if
Okay.
there's any members
We'll
of
go
the
ahead and
audience.
open. Is there anyone that wishes to make a comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comments and go ahead and do the vote.
Thank you, and the motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and at this time, I'd like to remind all attendees in the audience to be respectful during the meeting, and that state law and our local rules of decorum do not support the use of profanity, hateful speech, or conduct during our meetings that unlawfully disrupts, disturbs, or impedes the orderly discussion and consideration of the city's business. Please be advised that we may order a recess in the event that there is profanity, hateful speech, or conduct that unlawfully disrupts the orderly conducting of this meeting. If any unlawful disruption of the council's meeting continues after being given a warning by myself, the mayor, persons who continue to unlawfully disrupt the meeting will be required to leave the council chambers and city hall as allowed pursuant to state law. And at this time, I'm requesting the city council consensus to reorder the meeting agenda to consider item number 6, public comments on non-agenda items, after item number 11. Public comments on the consent calendar will be considered prior to city council action on that item. And do I have concurrence from our city council on this item to reorder public comments to be made after item 11?
Would that be 11A or 11B?
Both.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay, we have concurrence. And at this time, we'll open public comments on item 7, which is the consent calendar only. Are there any speakers on item 7, on any item within the consent calendar? I don't have anyone. I don't see any hands raised, so we'll go ahead and close public comments on the consent calendar. And hold on just one second. Was there anything that we wanted to pull that was discussed earlier?
If I may, Mayor, members of the City Council, staff would be interested in recommending pulling item 7C from the consent calendar to provide some additional information to the council and the members of the public regarding the status of the golf course, if that would be a pleasure of the council.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion for the balance of the consent calendar?
Make a motion to approve. Accept the item 7C.
Six, okay.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Vita?
At this time, the electronic voting will be activated.
The motion is to accept the consent calendar except for item C.
That is correct. The motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, just to, as a prelude to 7C, this concerns the golf course and all the work being done. I'd like to point out that Councilwoman Linda Johnson and I both attended a ribbon cutting there and saw the work that's been done, and we'll let you update us where it's at time-wise before we can open it. But I'd like to start off by saying thank you to all the staff that worked on it, because there's a lot of work by a lot of different individuals that have accomplished quite a bit to right to this point. But Robert?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. This item 7C on the consent was a recommendation to continue a local emergency as it relates to the work happening at the golf course. As the council is aware, there was an issue with a leak there and a pipeline under the ground that caused the closure of the golf course. We're happy to report that work is substantially complete as far as restoration. There are some remaining activities by the pipeline agency's contractor. For the details, I'd like to defer to our Acting Public Works Director, Dario Simoes. And following his presentation, we'd like to show a video, a 5-minute video highlighting those many improvements that are nearly complete. So with that, I'll defer to Mr. Simoes.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. As you may recall, the golf course has been closed since December of 2022 due to an underground oil leak by a private company known as Kinder Morgan. And that leak led to significant and extensive repairs. Since then, the city has taken, a good while to repair a lot of things. All of the repairs have been reimbursed to the city through Kinder Morgan, by Kinder Morgan, and we've reestablished the fields and all the damaged sections of the course to its former playing ability. While there are still a few final items that absolutely must be completed by Kinder Morgan, not the city, the course has been fully restored. So at this time, staff is recommending to continue the emergency resolution to easily coordinate those final repairs that Kinder Morgan needs to do. But as Mr. Lopez had mentioned, staff has prepared a short video here to show some of the many extensive repairs that have performed at the golf course. With that, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen, please. So this is the new entry that has been performed, and we've installed new landscaping and irrigation at the parking lot entrance. New signs have been posted throughout the course, welcoming people at the entrance. Now there is a rolling gate at the entrance versus a single opening gate. The reason for is a new plaza has been constructed so that food trucks and food beverage services can be installed should a conditional use permit be filled out. That is the new power for a food truck, and there's also a water connection there. We took advantage of the time to also paint the exterior of the pro shop and the clubhouse to invite people and spruce up the landscaping with some seasonal color and some other new items. We've refinished the sign, and this is a picture of the inside of the club room. We've installed also a TV there for people that decide to take a break that typically plays golf. We replaced the railing on the outside of the pro shop and the entrance into the pro shop that leads to the entrance into the pro shop, I should say. We've put in new benches at the putting green and some landscaping around there as well. We've installed umbrellas and benches behind the driving range. And as the screen shows, new sod has been installed at all the driving ranges. Recreation has also obtained new range balls as well, higher quality. 2 new range driving carts, which are to pick up the balls. As you can see, they're already functioning, have been installed, and a enclosure has been created to safeguard them from any potential vandalism that may occur. We've renovated the sand chipping area, which is adjacent to the area where the chipping balls are located. And we have spruced up the signs along Piuma Road leading into the golf course. Along the backside, along the maintenance entrance, new curb and gutter has been installed, as well as rehabilitating the entire drive aisle and painted the exterior of the maintenance building. Installed a concrete parking area or a staging area in front of the maintenance building, which was asphalt before and in severe deterioration. And we have painted the fuel storage area as well, as it was in significant, it was basically very ugly. This new concrete service road is a road that leads all the way to the south part of the park, of the golf course, I should say. And this safeguards the park, the landscaping as one goes down there to inspect the electrical systems. Edison likes to go back there and whatnot. So we've reconstructed these holes. And as you can see, all the greens and all the sand bunkers have been maintained and restored. We renovated all the tee boxes and placed new hole description signs at every hole. That's a good depiction of what it looks like. So there's safety netting all around the course, and this provides so that the balls do not go into the sanitation district's treatment plant and also doesn't hit other golfers that are playing that might be adjacent to them. There was a minor course modification at hole 5 and 6. This is the area where most of the spill was located, in that green area. As you can see, it's fully restored and back to its playable conditions. The local wildlife, of course. So with that, if you have any questions, Mr. Lopez and myself and Ms. Titus are available for any questions you may have.
If I may, Mayor and council members, I'd just like to add, with council direction, we've also implemented a new tee time reservation system. I'd like, if I could ask Ms. Titus to speak to that shortly, briefly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lopez. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. At the Council's direction, a few months ago, we did some research on an online tee time reservation system. With the assistance of MIS, we looked at 3 different companies and we selected the one we thought was the best, really. They're all about the same. And so staff has been trained. The system is basically an app online, so there's really nothing for us to download per se. We do have some marketing materials that we're prepared to distribute to the public once we get the go-ahead to open up the course. We're just ready to go. So we're very excited. We'll be eliminating our large T book. Say bye-bye to that. But I do believe this is going to be a really good addition to the course. I think people are kind of used to doing things online. Currently, you won't be able to make a payment, but maybe in the future we'll be able to do that. We did secure information so that we're prepared in the event that we start accepting payments for tea times online. But this is really just a reservation system that we'll be implementing. Thank you.
And I'll just add that we understand there's a lot of anticipation and excitement from members of the public who are anxious to begin play at the golf course. We do ask for everyone's patience while Kinder Morgan and their contractors are wrapping up their remaining activities. Unfortunately, at this time, we don't yet have a date. There's been some scheduling issues on their part. But of course, as soon as we know when that will occur, we'll inform the City Council and the members of the public and announce it so members of the public can begin play. And with that, we do recommend continuation of the local emergency, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
I have a comment.
Yes.
Thank you. My comment is just that I don't know why we were rushing to have a ribbon cutting for a golf course that's not open to the public. We could have opened the golf course and had a ribbon cutting at the same time. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We did anticipate that the opening would happen by the end of this week, and due to some of the delays that we had learned about, we thought it would be helpful to still have the tour for the council members to see the improvements, and then have a separate announcement when the time came.
I have a question.
Yes.
Sherry, thank you for that report. In regards to that tea time scheduling, you had mentioned it's going to be online and through an app, but will staff also be able to make scheduling if someone were to call in using the online system?
Yes, so thank you for that question. Both the public can use their app, their tablet, and then staff will also have the same software.
Okay.
It updates in real time, so if someone still wanted to call, because we do have a lot of patrons who may not have those types of, that technology on their phone, we'll be happy to make a tea time for them over the phone like we've done in the past. The only difference is the big, calendar, if you will, where we write is going to be out the window. So
Thank you. And then that fence along the freeway, I noticed that it's the same fence that we've had, and I know there's always been vandalism along that, along that creek right there that flows through. Is that something that we're considering redoing as well? Because the fencing that's along the sanitation district there, I mean, that's pretty tough fencing to break through. Now that we're remodeled the park, the golf course is looking really nice, but then if we don't fix that right there and we continue to get vandalism going through that fence, causing issues, because I've talked to staff there, and that's something that's always been concerned, that individuals crossing that fence and then causing vandalism to our golf course, which would be a long-term cost to us too.
If I may, council member, that's definitely an improvement that would be welcome. Unfortunately, those fences those chain link fences belong to Caltrans, and the one along the river belongs to the county. And any changes to those fences, or at least to that actual location of the fence, would require a permit by either Caltrans and or the Army Corps of Engineers. Caltrans would probably be the easier of the two obtaining a permit, but Caltrans would not want that chain link fence to be repaired. The city would have to install a secondary fence located immediately adjacent to that existing chain link fence within the golf course property. As far as the fence along the riverbed, we would need to obtain a permit by the Army Corps of Engineers, which takes about 8 months to obtain, and there's no guarantee that they would allow such a fence, as it would be the only one of its kind along that stretch. But there are complications and costs that the city would need to examine prior to installing a fence of that nature. And that's not to say that it would be possible.
Yeah, I like to put that kind of on the radar for us moving forward. for long-term fix to, those types of issues. If it's a secondary fence that we need to put in, and actually, I would prefer a secondary fence, so that way the city gets to maintain it, instead of every time there's an issue with that fence, we have to reach out to our adjacent entities to get it fixed. And as we all know, sometimes that's a hurdle. And I know here at Cerritos, we tend to take care of our own problems a lot quicker. So just put on the radar, I think, for future budgeting, that I think that would be a good long-term fix. Thank you.
Would you like concurrence on that?
To put on the next budget, or?
It's just to agendize it in the near future.
I'm okay with staff understanding the request from the council, and I'll leave it up to them to find out what's a reasonable time for us to find the money to do that. But I'm okay with that, unless you want to request to agendize it. Then
I think we should, if it's important.
Then I concur to your request.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we have concurrence. Okay, this, we already just had this open to the public. We're looking for a vote from the city council for this item.
Motion to approve staff recommendation, including the continuation of the local emergency.
Thank you, Frank. It's moved and seconded by Councilmember Yokoyama and our Mayor Pro Tem. May we have a vote, please?
And the electronic voting is activated. The motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, before we move into item 9, I'd like to remind everyone that public comments are restricted to 3 minutes, just as it was at the last meeting, and will continue for each item throughout the night. First up is our review and consideration of the City of Cerritos Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for the fiscal year. Robert, may we have a report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. Item 9A is an annual update on the audit of our financial program. And the presentation this evening will be given by former finance manager and now assistant to the city manager, Ryan Carey. Both he and our auditing team would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, and good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. The item before you this evening is the review and consideration of the city's annual comprehensive financial report, better known as the ACFR, for the 22-23 fiscal year. As the council is aware, the city is required to have an audit of our finances completed by an independent CPA firm in accordance with government auditing standards. The audit reviews the city's financial statements in order to provide reasonable assurance that the statements are free from material misstatements and examines the evidence provided to support the amounts and disclosures that are set forth within those statements. The auditor also provides an opinion on the fairness of the presentation of the city's financial position and its conformity with generally accepted accounting principles. The ACFR is prepared for the benefit of our residents and is intended to provide a clear understanding of the city's goals and vision, as well as its financial status. The city contracted with Clifton Larson Allen to complete the audit and is pleased to have received an unmodified opinion on the city's financial statements. This opinion indicates that the auditors are satisfied that the financial statements of the city accurately reflect the current financial position and are in conformance with applicable government accounting principles. The city was honored to receive a Certificate of Achievement of Excellence in Financial Reporting for the fiscal year 21-22 ACFR. This is a prestigious national award presented by the GFOA that recognizes a city's conformance with the highest standards of financial reporting, and is an award that the city is proud to have received for the last 36 years. Staff is confident that the 22-23 ACFR continues to reflect and conform with these high standards and has submitted this year's report for award consideration. On a personal note, before I turn it over to Joe for the presentation, I'd like to thank our finance division and the group at CLA for the countless hours of work that went into getting this document prepared and for their dedication to ensuring that the city continues to maintain the highest professional standards for government accounting. And so with that, I'll turn the report over to Joe and he'll walk you through the results.
Thank you, Ryan. Good evening, Mayor and council members. As Ryan mentioned, my name is Joe Luden. I'm a principal at Clifton Larson Allen, and I am in charge of the audit for the City of Cerritos for this year. I'm here tonight to go over those audit results and appreciate your time tonight. To start out with, we're going to go over an outline here of what we'll be discussing. I'm going to start with the scope of services that Clifton Larson Allen provided to the city. We'll then go over our auditor's opinion and the reports that we issued. We're going to go over some general fund highlights, and we'll finish with the letter that is our communication with those charged with governance. So to start with our scope of services, we did perform an audit of the annual financial statements of the city of Cerritos for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2023. We did this in accordance with generally accepted and government auditing standards. We also issued our agreed upon procedures report, and this relates to the city's GAN appropriations limit. So our auditor's opinion, it starts with going over obviously the fiscal year that we audited, which again is June 30th, 2023. And it's going to go over the standards that we as auditors are required to follow. So we need to plan our audit and we need to perform our audit in order to obtain reasonable assurance that the financial statements are not materially misstated. Ryan mentioned this earlier. We also have to gain audit evidence that we can sufficiently and appropriately provide a basis for our audit opinion. We did perform that work under those standards and were able to provide an unmodified opinion on the June 30th, 2023 audited financial statements. This is the highest level of opinion that you can give. I do want to draw your attention, there was a change in accounting principle this year. It's referred to as GASB 96, and the acronym is SBITA. This stands for Subscription-Based Information Technology Arrangements. It's very similar to the standard that was implemented last year related to leases. It just has to do with information technology agreements instead of your standard leases. The city did go through the process of implementing this accurately and correctly this year. Also, management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements. And it is, again, our responsibility as auditors to ensure that we can express an opinion on the financial statements, which, again, we did obtain enough audit evidence to do that. Now I'm going to go through some general fund highlights. The general fund ended the fiscal year with a fund balance of just underneath $210 million. This is split into three categories. The first is non-spendable, which is just under $90 million. Then there's assigned, which is just under $22 million. And then unassigned, which is basically it's free to be spent, would be about $98 million. During the current year, there were revenues and transfers in of just over $94 million, and expenditures and transfers out of just over $82 million. The results of this mean that the main operating fund of the city, the general fund, had an increase of over $11 million, almost $12 million in this year, which is an extremely healthy year for your general fund. Next, I'm going to go over our management letter. This is a requirement for us auditors to go through the controls of the city. We do not give an opinion on the internal controls, but we do review them and provide recommendations. There are three kind of levels of recommendations. If there was a material weakness that we found, we would identify that here and communicate that to you. If there was any non-compliance, we would also communicate that at this time. And then significant deficiencies. So we did identify 2 significant deficiencies. These are a repeat of the prior year. The first would be a deficit net position. This is something that has been addressed by the council in action in October of 2023 and will be implemented on the fiscal year 23-24 ACFR, but that's as of July 1st, 2023, so before next year. So council has addressed this. The second relates to budget, and really this it relates to the general ledger system has limitations currently, and the finance department and management I know has been diligently working to put out an RFP to really change over the system and enhance it. So I know that's in process, and my understanding when we were completing the audit was this will probably be done within the next month to 2 months. The RFP will be out for that, and I would anticipate that by this time next year, we'll know when that will be implemented to resolve this issue as well. We're now going to go through our final letter, which is our communication with those charged with governance. It starts out by talking about our communication with you through our engagement letter, which goes through the timing and scope of the audit for this year. And that was dated June 23rd, 2023. It also goes through what management is responsible for. And management is responsible for creating appropriate accounting policies. These are detailed out in Note 1 to those financial statements. And then there are significant estimates that are included within your annual financial statement. The main ones that this applies to would be your CalPERS, pension plan, as well as your PARS pension plan, and then the city's OPEB plan. These are all items that are arrived at by third-party actuaries that provide the city with reports, and those reports have assumptions in them which create these estimates that are included in your financial statements. For further detail on those, you can look at Note 11 and Note 12 to your financial statements, which will detail out everything related to those. We did not encounter any difficulties during the audit, and there were no corrected or uncorrected misstatements that were identified through audit procedures. We also had no disagreements that arose through the course of the audit with management, and management did provide their written representations dated in a letter dated December 20th, 2023. This is the date of our audit opinion and the date of your financial statements. And to our knowledge, the city did not consult with any other accountants regarding auditing matters or accounting matters. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentations. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I think you're off very easy. We'll open to the public for comments. And I don't have any speakers listed. Are there anyone that wants to address the council on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comments. I'd like to council for direction.
Go ahead and move to approve staff recommendations.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Vita, may we have a roll call, please? Excuse me, just.
Thank you,
Yeah, the
Mayor.
regular vote.
The electronic voting has been activated. And we have a motion by Councilmember Vo and seconded by Councilmember Yokoyama, and the motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, next on the agenda is 9B, which is a review and consideration of informational report on the outcomes of expanded City of Cerritos participation in social media. Robert?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. This next item, 9B, is a follow-up report that was requested by the City Council when about a year ago there was direction provided to expand our social media program. The presentation this evening will be given by our acting public information manager, Andrew Baumgartner, and following his presentation, he and Ms. Hilton and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you this evening is an informational report on the outcomes of expanded City of Cerritos participation in social media. At this time, I would like to turn your attention to the screen for a brief PowerPoint presentation. On February 29th, 2023, the City Council directed staff to create social media profiles for the City of Cerritos for a trial period of 6 to 12 months. During the week of March 20th, 2023, 5 new social media accounts were created. The City Council's goals for these social media platforms were to increase communications to the public, reach new audiences, announce city news and information, to promote city services, and to encourage economic development. The city currently has a presence on 4 social media profiles, including Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and X, formerly known as Twitter. Staff has worked to actively promote the new social media channels through the city's other various communications outlets, including the Mayor's Weekly 60, the city's website, Cerritos TV3, the Cerritos News, and the city's email blasts. On the slide, you can see some examples of this promotional content along with the handles for each profile. Communications Division staff have posted content on each of the social media platforms on nearly every business day. These posts cover various city information, including those intended to highlight the City Council's goals for the social media program. In recent weeks, at the direction of the city manager, Communications Division staff have created new quality designs and videos to further engage the community on social media. You can see some examples on the screen and attached to the agenda report. From March 20th, 2023 to February 29th, 2024, the social media platforms have seen substantial growth in posts, followers, responses, and shares. The CCPA's Instagram account was reported as having 484 followers as of February 29th. But today it has nearly 750 followers, following a few targeted ads over the first weekend of March, a 35% increase in followers in 2 weeks. At this time, since this is an informational item only, staff recommends the City Council review and discuss the information provided and receive and file the report. This concludes my presentation. I thank you for your attention this evening. With that, staff is available to answer any questions the council might have.
With that, Mayor, staff has concluded the presentation, and we'd be happy to entertain any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
I have a question. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Andrew, for that report. And so in regards to the many followers that we have, although it looks like it's increased, we have over 50,000 residents in this city. And I don't know how many of those are on social media, but I want to say there's a lot. In some of the social media groups that are specific to our city, there's thousands of members in those groups. Do you have any ideas or any methods to increase those numbers moving forward? Because I feel like our social media is kind of stuck, whereas other groups in our city have expanded. Like, for example, some of the, like I said, specific social media groups, they're in the thousands of members. I mean, the CCPA, it's huge, right? So what can we do to improve that?
Thank you, Councilmember Vo. There are a couple ways we can increase. One thing we can do is we can look at targeted ads like we do for the theater. I should mention that the CCPA's Facebook account has been around since 2009, so that's why it has such a robust amount of followers. But as you mentioned before, yeah, targeted ads and maybe even reaching out to these groups and that are on Facebook or Instagram and try to reach out and have them follow. Those are some other things we can do. We're trying to post as much as we can and try to get as much followers as we can through our various communications outlets. If Ms. Hilton or Mr. Lowe has any other ideas, I'd be willing to hear them.
I'll just add that we had on one of the slides, and just in the recent weeks, we've added more of a marketing campaign, if you will, on social media. So that may take some time to trickle down to new follows. But in every issue of the Cerritos News, we just, in the last issue, added a QR code that makes it that much easier to get to our social media landing page on our website. And we do in various print and online materials promote our social media channels more so in recent past than prior.
Thank you. And then in regards to marketing, I think that's a great idea. I think we need to do a lot more of that. I think we have lots of potential for exposure in this small little city of Cerritos throughout the other groups. And it's something that maybe we might want to consider. I know that when our city, we post something, those posts get shared by other members of our own residents into these other groups. And in a sense, we're relying on them to market us, whereas we should be the one that also should be trying to market as well. And, they get posted and reposted and shared. I think that's something maybe we can look into. I know, prior to this whole agenda item, we didn't have a social media person. Now we have Andrew, and it's a full-time position. I think there's some type of expectation that we should be doing a little bit more. And so in doing so, and I'm going to, I'm not a social media person. I'll leave it up to the experts, and to see what we can do to get to that level where our regular Cerritos pages are at. And I want to be able to push that way, because the whole point of this is to advertise our cities and the events and the projects that we do. And it shouldn't just be events only. I really think that we should also showcase our city projects, what we've done, city streets improvements, tree trim. I know I've seen it, but it needs to get pushed out there a little bit more, I think. And we have so many groups in our city that has that avenue, but I think we're not taking advantage of that. So thank you.
If I may comment, council member, on the comment about showing off projects and things, we have reached out. Andrew's actually taken the lead on soliciting input from all of our departments and divisions to get input on messages or to showcase projects or even to highlight staff accomplishments that we can then post on our social media channels. So we are working to actually actively promote additional content in addition to meeting announcements and event announcements. But yeah, to really paint the full picture of everything that goes on here at the city.
Yeah, Linda?
Yes, thank you, Annie, and to Andrew for the report. I know you guys have been busy ramping up our social media platforms, and I really like what I have seen so far. But I wanted to ask, what is the timeline for the city to hire the communications specialist?
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. We do have currently one vacant position in our communications division due to a recent retirement. We do have several vacant positions that our Human Resources Division is working to fill, several currently active recruitments. We have about 35 full-time vacant positions at this time. So we are pushing to narrow that gap. I can't provide an exact timeline, but we are trying to get those filled as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Frank?
Thank you. Andrew, thank you for that presentation, updating us on our social media. I'll say today, just like I said a year ago and the years before that, Cerritos is behind all our neighbors, behind other cities across the country. For some reason, the majority is scared of turning on comments on our social media. We voted last year, just like we voted previously over the years I've been on the city council since 2017. We always vote to have no comments on our social media. What are we scared of? I don't know. Hearing from our residents? I'm not scared to hear from our residents. I want to hear from them. So once again, this report is showing in the middle of page 2, although comments are turned off on the posts, comma, I don't know why we don't want to have comments on our social media. Why don't we want to hear from our residents? Why don't we want to hear from people who are residents or non-residents? So my thoughts on that are, I'm in the minority. I'm always going to want comments on social media. Maybe someday we'll have comments on our social media. But on top of that, we're actually being inconsistent. We're actually being inconsistent here in the city of Cerritos. Nobody brings up this inconsistency. So we have a CCPA Facebook page with 5,899 followers. It's been there since 2009. Guess what, people? Comments are turned on, and the city didn't fall apart. So Facebook, our CCPA Facebook page, 5,899 followers, comments are turned on. The public can comment. We're surviving. Cerritos is doing fine. Why are we scared of hearing from the public on our social media? It's just like today. I don't know why we moved public comment to the end of the meeting. That's similar to that. Why do we not want to hear from the public? Why do we move it to the end of the meeting? I voted no, but I was the only no vote. Sorry, everybody. I don't mind hearing comments that agree with me or disagree with me or ask for questions, ask for information, provide good ideas. Social media is about communication. It's not one-sided. So thank you for the update, Andrew. And what the number one thing I'm getting from this is Cerritos is behind on social media. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead, those were questions, but it's open to the public.
I do, Mayor, have written correspondence to read into the record.
Please.
And I will read the disclaimer regarding written comments, and this applies to all written comments submitted for all agenda items. Written comments submitted by the deadline listed on the agenda are considered public record. Prior to the meeting, the council and agency members received full text, unredacted copies of any written comments submitted for the items listed on the agenda, including general public comments. Public requests for copies of the written comments submitted for this meeting can be made during regular business hours to the office of the City Clerk Treasurer. And we have 2 pieces of written correspondence. Murali Vasudevan provided comments regarding various aspects of the city's social media program and related staffing expenses. Gail Grossman expressed appreciation for the city's social media efforts and suggested that the city considered live streaming of city-hosted community events. And those are the only written correspondence that we received on this item.
Okay, we do have one listed speaker. We have Sam Desai.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'm not sure if the clock is working. It says 3 minutes. Did we change from 5 minutes to 3 minutes?
Yes, it was changed tonight, just
Thank
like
you.
last meeting.
Absolutely. Thank you. This is about social media. Before coming here, if this was posted, that our council now works at 3 minutes, it would be a great way to communicate and get more followers. Mr. Vo, you asked, how can we get more followers? Just put half my clips up there. You'll double the followers. We do get to open up the comments. There are many groups, and if the council and the city staff and the manager has noticed, even though we are passionate, we are well behaved. We do seek information, and we do come from good space. As previously offered, I do have a couple of social media handles. The one is Cerritos newspaper. The second one that we do have is City of Cerritos. I'm the manager. Never once took advantage of it, just waiting for one day for the communications specialist under Code 521 that we have been waiting since 2012 and 13 is hired. Now, I'm truly appreciative at the tremendous effort the city has given in social media. And recently we just talked about the budget. Our increase in total personal expenses went up from $812,850 to $978,805. Since 2016, and my apologies, 2012, 2013, we have been looking for communication specialists who can help our social media managers or team employees. Please consider that, because that has to be the conclusion from this agenda report. Because it's not just for filing it and letting it, gather dust. We talk about comments. We talk about public engagement. I'm ready. Let's double the followers. We will volunteer. And just think how much time does it really cost. Thank you for this initiative. Amazing job, guys. Good job.
Thank you, Sam. I have no other speakers listed. Is there anyone else in the audience that wants to address this topic? Seeing none, we'll close public comments. Look to council for action.
Motion to approve, review and file. Receive and file.
Okay, it's been moved. I'll go ahead and second that to receive and file. Can you please do the vote?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. The electronic voting has been activated.
Okay, the vote is 5-0. Before we move to 9C, I was asked to go back to our comprehensive financial report. If you can look at item under Roman numeral 8, and, you know, Ryan, I'll address you if Robert doesn't mind. You know, Ryan, if you look at it, it says as of June 2020, it should be 2022, shouldn't it? And along with that, there's a number of members of various committees and commissions that are no longer here. You know, some have passed away. And Travis, I know this is out of sequence, but before we all forget about it, I wanted to just cover this real quick. It's not going to require a vote of anything. It's just there's an error on this one page.
Okay, yeah, we could take a look at it and update it as necessary.
Okay, because this hasn't been posted online yet, right?
Yes, it
did
actually
for
has.
the meeting, but
Yeah, it has.
we can correct that, correct?
Yeah, I'll talk with Joe and see if we can make that correction.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, under 9C, we have a review and consideration to waive full reading, and adopt a resolution of the City of Cerritos to increase civil penalties for designated parking prohibitions and restrictions.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. This next item, 9C, follows up on direction given by the City Council to bring back an item that would review and update our parking fines. The presentation this evening will be given by Public Safety Manager Daryl Evans, and following that, he and our attorney team and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Mayor Burrows and council members. Before you is Agenda Report Number 9C. For those at home or in the audience who may not have had an opportunity to read this agenda report, this report discusses the merits of raising the city's parking violation fines in order to offset approximately $202,000 annual deficit incurred from administering the city's parking enforcement program. The last time parking fees were raised in the city was approximately 12 years ago. By way of background, at the January 2023 strategic meeting for the City Council set forth one of its objectives was the establishment of a cost-neutral parking enforcement program. In response, staff evaluated the current parking enforcement program, the civil penalties for parking violations, and compared them to the revenues received from those fines against the expenses incurred from the program. Parking in the City of Cerritos is regulated by restrictions and prohibitions set forth in the Cerritos Municipal Code in Chapter 10.02, which is labeled Traffic Code, and 10.12, which is labeled Stopping, Standing, and Parking. For those who may not be aware, state law permits cities to regulate parking and to set fines relative to the violations for the local parking restrictions. That authority is established under the Vehicle Code Section 22507 and 4200. State law also expressly authorizes city to establish a parking or schedule for parking penalties and violations, where the city can within the same, whereas the city within the same county should standardize penalties to the extent possible. So the law requires that the cities do not have exorbitant fees, and that the fees that are established are in concert or approximate range of all the other cities within the county. Cities are permitted to retain the money collected for parking violations, minus the various fees and assessments attached to each citation pursuant to state law. A review of the city's parking fines was last conducted during the February 9, 2012 City Council meeting. At that time, the City Council had 19 parking violations that were set at $13. One violation was set at $16, and one violation at a fine of $18. After deducting the established fees and assessments, it was determined that the city was losing approximately $1 for each citation issued. On April 12th, 2012, the City Council approved Resolution 2012-14, increasing fines from $13 to $26 for most violations within Section 10.02 and 10.12 of the Cerritos Municipal Code. The increase was meant to cover the court-imposed fees and the citation administrative cost and did not factor in the city staff or administrative fees for administering the program. I would like to offer a few remarks regarding the findings, staff's findings. In 2023, the city's 5 parking enforcement officers issued approximately 17,100 citations. The most common violation for parking was for parking on the streets between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. without a permit. Parking enforcement officers issued approximately 7,700 citations for that violation. The second most common violation was for street sweeping. Approximately 4,800 citations were issued for that violation. Since 2012, the cost to administer the parking enforcement program has increased substantially. The amount of parking-related fines collected by the city is substantially less than the cost associated with administering the parking enforcement program. Gross revenues received from citations via Data Ticket, which is the city's contract vendor for administering the program, between January 1st, 2023 and December 31st, 2023, equated to $294,495. Staff reviewed the annual cost for parking enforcement program using the documented expenses in the fiscal year 2023. Those expenses included the $309,459 for city parking enforcement staff, which included 1 full-time secretary and 5 part-time parking enforcement officers, which included their benefits as well. It also included $149,250 in Los Angeles Superior Court fees and assessments, and $38,000 charged by Data Ticket for processing all the citations. The total expense to operate the city's parking enforcement program in 2023 was $496,709. Those were the operational expenses, minus the fees that were collected, which was $294,495, which created a $202,214 deficit. The aforementioned amount excludes maintenance costs for the 2 parking enforcement vehicles. It's worth noting that the revenues generated from the parking enforcement citations fluctuates based on the number of citations that are issued and the amount of money collected by the city. Not all dollars are collected due to appeals and or some citations are dismissed by me during the appeal process. The charges imposed by Data Ticket also fluctuate based on the number of citations that are issued. It's worth noting that the Los Angeles Superior Court imposes a $12.50 fee and assessment for each citation issued. The court charges $1.50 for criminal court construction fund, $1.50 for court construction fund, $1 for county general fund, $1 for county general fund number 2, $1.50 for state construction fund, state courthouse construction fund, and $3 for immediate and critical needs account, and $3 for SB 857. That's also attached to the fees. Data Ticket charges $1.35 for each digitally transmitted citation and $1.30 for each first level of appeal. Last year, we had approximately 1,016 appeals that were filed with the citations that were issued. There's also a small fee for the handheld devices and the data transmission. In December 2023, community safety staff conducted a survey of all 88 cities in Los Angeles County to determine the fines that are charged by each of the cities for their parking violation. While each city had a variety of parking violation within their cities, all but 4 maintained a street sweeping parking fine. Given the uniformity across the county, staff elected to use the street sweeping related parking fines as a point of comparison. The survey also determined that 26 cities had overnight parking ordinances, obviously Cerritos being one of the 26. A review of the parking fine data revealed that the city of Arcadia has the highest fine for street sweeping violations, set at $74, and the cities of Cerritos, Artesia, and El Monte had the lowest fine, which is set at $25. 5 cities had fines set in the $30 range, 20 cities had fines set in the $40 range, and 30 cities had fines set in the $50 range. 15 cities had fines set in the $60 range, and 6 cities had fines set in the $70 range. There's an example you have in your handout there of all of the fines listed by all the cities. The cities neighboring Cerritos imposed the following fines for street sweeping violation. Artesia is set at $25, Bellflower at $57, Hawaiian Gardens $35, City of Lakewood $40, Norwalk $45, Buena Park $34, Cypress $40, La Palma $45. The mean dollar amount for street sweeping violation in Los Angeles County is $57.56. Staff also reviewed the parking fines for each 26 cities that had an overnight ordinance. Staff found that the city of Malibu had the highest fine, set at $78. The city of Cerritos had the lowest fine, which is set at $26. The city of Downey has the second lowest fine, set at $38. 2 cities had fines set in the $40 range. 16 cities have fines set in the $50 range. 2 cities have fines set in the $60 range, and 3 cities had fines set in the $70 range. Again, you have on your exhibit a list of all cities and the charges for those violations. Given the range of fines imposed by the cities throughout Los Angeles County and neighboring Orange County, and given that state law authorizes the city to establish a schedule of parking penalties that should be standardized to the extent possible, staff is recommending an increase in the fines in such that the fees would be in the middle range of the fees charged by all the cities within the county, while at the same time providing revenue to cover current and anticipated costs for the administration of the city's parking enforcement program. Specifically, staff recommends the current parking fines be increased by $19, increasing the current fines by $19 for the violations listed in the municipal code in chapter 10.02 and 10.12 by $19 not only places Cerritos parking fines within the standardized range to the extent possible, but the $19 fees also offset the $202,000 deficit in expenses for the parking enforcement program. It also would cover any anticipated increases in court cost or vendor price, and would provide funding for the city's Neighborhood Watch and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's Volunteers on Patrol program. Staff calculated that increasing the fines by $15 would offset the $202,000 deficit that caused by the city's operating expenses, but that $15 increase would not cover any increases in court costs, administrative fees, or provide any funding for the Neighborhood Watch or the Volunteers on Patrol program. Similarly, covered that. Providing additional funding for the VOP program and Neighborhood Watch was also one of the strategic planning objectives identified in the fiscal year 2024 and 2025. As an example, applying a $19 increase for the fine for parking violation between 3 and 5 a.m. would cause a $45 fine instead of the $26 fine. The complete proposed schedule of parking penalties with the $19 increase would include the proposed is listed in the proposed resolution, which is attached to the staff report. Some cities add the fines and the court cost to the actual fine. In other words, some cities would list their overnight parking fine, in the instance if it's a $45 fine, as we propose, the cities would list it as a $33 fine. And then when you went to check out, you would have to add the $12.50 that the county cost, which would equate to $45, but the fine would be listed at $45 for us, which includes the fines. As an example, in LA County, If you receive a parking ticket in Los Angeles County and you pay the fine will be listed at $25, which is below what we have. But when you check out, there's a $29 penalty for every $10 assessment. So if you had a $25 fine, you would think, well, I just received $25 fine. But when you went to pay the fine, you would see added to it $29 times 3, so almost $60 on top of it. So even though you thought your fine was going to be $25, when you checked out, it'd be nearly $100. All of our fees and fines are included in the $45. There's no additional charge. Please note that if the city elects to increase the fines, there's going to be $1 enhancement for a street sweeping violation. Currently, the street sweeping violation is $25, not $26, as with the case of all other fines in that category. Adding a $1 to the fine would bring the street sweeping violation into alignment with all other fines in that category. This is merely just a housekeeping chore. I'm not sure why long ago the street sweeping fine was assessed at $25 when all other fines were set at $26. It was an outlier. It does cause a little drama when people are issuing citations. They have to remember that that one particular violation was $1 less. And what happens if you process that citation and somebody writes down $26 and $25, Data Ticket will reject that citation because it's inappropriate bill. We have to send a letter out, and every time we do that, it costs us $1 to process it, and then send out a letter of correction to whoever received the citation. So that's why we are recommending that the street sweeping violation be on the same level as every other citation that's mentioned. So it moves into the $26 category. And then, of course, if this recommendation is approved, it will increase it by $19 universally. Regarding fiscal impact, the city has, if the city of Cerritos has not increased parking violations in the last 12 years, increasing the city's current parking fines by $19 will eliminate the approximate $202,000 annual deficit, which is created each year by operating the city's parking enforcement program. It will also cover the cost of current and anticipated court and vendor prices, and it will provide funding for enhancing the city's neighborhood watch program and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's volunteer on patrol program. The cost to implement the new fines is minimal. The only cost associated with increasing the fines would be the amount required to reprint all the citation books utilized by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputies, and a minor fee for adjusting the program for the new fines in the software used in the handheld devices by the parking control officers. There's no additional cost for staff because they use the handheld device. The proposed increase to civil penalties for parking violations have been evaluated in accordance with California Environmental Quality Act, otherwise known as CEQA. The proposed increases to the civil penalties for parking violations have been determined to be exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15273 of the CEQA guidelines. CEQA does not apply to the establishment, modification, and approval of rates, tolls, fees, fares, and other charges by public agencies, which the public agency fines are for the purpose, among other things, meeting operational expenses. Additionally, the proposed fee increases are exempt from CEQA pursuant to 15.061, subsection B, subsection 3. Recommendations. Staff recommends the following to City Council: to review and discuss the information contained within the agenda report, waive full reading and adopt the resolution captioned Resolution of the City Council of the City of Cerritos to increase civil penalties for designated parking prohibitions and restrictions. And with that, that concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, Daryl, thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Linda?
Thank you, Daryl, and to Emily for the staff report. Greatly appreciated. I just want to make clear, Daryl, fines only affect those persons that do not follow the city's rules and policies regarding our parking ordinances.
That's absolutely correct. So another way of putting it is that law-abiding citizens are currently subsidizing to the tune of $202,000 those who are violating the city's parking ordinance.
Therefore, then, if you are parking on the streets and you have the proper parking permits, you will not be fined.
That is absolutely correct. And as you know, all citizens of Cerritos can apply for a parking permit if they qualify, and there is no charge for a parking permit.
Thank you.
Yes, Chung?
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions on the type of violations here. Can you explain or describe the violation of parking in private or public without consent? Where would we encounter something like that?
That was listed in there. Obviously, public streets is one thing. Private property, there was fines. Typically, would be a perfect example on private property would be handicap parking. That is one list. There's an I can't think of another one as far as on private property because
Would parking on your lawn or grass fall under that, or is that separate code? Because it says without consent, though, because some of these owners who park on their own grass, obviously they're giving themselves consent.
They do. I've never crossed that in my experience, law enforcement officer, because generally if it's private property, you're not going to allow someone to park on your property, and you wouldn't just issue them a citation. You could actually have it towed. In that terms, I was thinking more of public spaces as like private property is shopping centers and those sort of things, where it may be elected where the commercial property would choose to cite a car versus have it towed. So let's just say someone's routinely parking. I know in other cities in orange counties, or let's just say there's a large office building here in Cerritos. I know some places charge people for parking within their structure. A perfect example of that I know personally, which was in South Coast Plaza, which is in Newport Beach. They had a lot of paid parking if you wanted to park and work at that building. So a lot of people would park in South Coast Plaza parking lot, which is a shopping center. And certainly they could tow them, but they didn't want to do that, so they would issue them citations.
So under that example, who's issuing the citation? The private party, or is it they're calling in the police to come cite those?
It would be law enforcement or parking control.
Okay, so we're able to cite for a civil penalty on private property?
I'd have to look at the specific agreements. Some things you could, like Los Cerritos Center, again, we would look at disabled parking.
Yeah, I understand the disabled parking, but in situations where you're on private property, because it specifically says private property, that's what caught my attention, is that we're having a public entity go into a private entity to enforce their rules. One example is I know that we've had a lot of complaints by the Go's Gym, and I know some residents wanted us to go in there and enforce that, but we turned around and said that's something we couldn't do.
Correct.
So that's why it caught my attention that here this ordinance says that, in public or private, and the private's what caught my attention without consent. So that's why I'm trying to figure out under what circumstances that falls under where we can go in there and enforce these parking civil issues.
I'll have to look into that in greater detail. I'm not aware of any case, and in the 9 years I've been here, I've not seen that.
Yeah, but if we have it here in our own regulations,
yes,
then that means that we're permitted to use that section on private property unless something's prohibiting us from doing it. If the laws don't allow it, then we shouldn't put it on our regulations here either. So that's where I think we need to figure out if that's, a city attorney, I don't know, something you can.
Yeah, if I could just jump in really quick. It generally will go by a case-by-case basis depending on which specific regulation you're trying to enforce and under what statutory authority you're trying to enforce. Certain parking restrictions are specifically authorized to be enforced on private property, and also can be authorized to be enforced, frankly, pursuant to provided certain notifications are put up on private property to essentially allow the city to come in and impose its parking restrictions to the extent certain specific protocols are required. But it is a case-by-case and kind of not citation by citation, but category of fine by category of fine issue.
And that's where my question comes in, I guess, because I understand the disabled violation, which is nowhere near what we're listing as $59. That's in the $200-300 range, and that's mandated by state law, I'm sure, right? But when we have it in our books that says that we can cite someone on private property without owner's consent, that's pretty specific. And then so I'm trying to understand, like let's say if someone calls in a shopping center, which we had these requests, we want these vehicles because they're not parked, whatever reason. I understand that there's laws in there that allows for public, private entities like a shopping center to allow police and law enforcement to regulate vehicle code violations. But this is very specific to a parking situation with a specific fine. So when you're saying a case-by-case basis, who gets to pick that case-by-case basis and what violation, what amount, and where do we say on today's date, this violation is going to fall under this versus that? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
And I think we'll have to go into more detail as to the specific types of fines we're talking about, but it would be the parking enforcing agency's obligation to know which of these rules would be in fact enforceable on private property. And I unfortunately don't have that information on hand.
Yeah,
but
because
we can definitely provide a supplement.
This is now being public, and we have people listening and watching, and they call the sheriff's department, and then the deputies roll in there, and they're saying, well, we have this section in the city, deputy, can you cite them for this? Because I don't give consent. The deputy's now going to be like, well, what should I do? So this is why if we're not allowed to do it, I'd rather take it out. But if we are, then we need to make sure that our deputies or our park enforcement officers have that in their tool bag to truly actually take action. So right now, we don't know is what I'm understanding.
And I think we can clarify which of these fines can be enforced on private property without owner consent through further research and clarification in the future, if that makes sense.
Okay.
If that's the council's direction.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I would like to get some clarification on that. The other thing is can you also explain the overweight commercial vehicle parking on private property, not on truck route? The reason I'll just go ahead and just throw it out. The reason I'm asking that is because I know we've received complaints of semi-trucks parked on residential streets, specifically by the school district, going on to our residential streets. And they're parking there, one, because our fines are so much lower than our neighboring cities. So that's why they'd rather take the risks and get a parking ticket with us, and it's worth their time and effort. Can you explain where it applies, overweight commercial vehicles parking on private property, not on truck route?
Yes, and thank you. And also, thank you for the opportunity to clarify it. For those who might be listening at home, the law we were talking about earlier about parking on private property, that was carried over from before. So that's not a new one. And again, as the city attorney mentioned, we'll look into that in greater detail because I am aware that people do call, particularly with Gold Gym and that sort of things. My understanding was that would be back with the original agreements between law enforcement and, when the property was developed and what agreements were in place, but we'll look into that in much greater detail and let you know. Back to the tractor trailer, what we do have is exactly as you mentioned. We do have people who drop their trailer somewhere else and they use their tractor, which is the large truck, as a commuter vehicle, and then they drive it home, park it up on their property. Some people, and it's not just always private property, it could be a gated commercial property, private lot somewhere that's off the truck route. That would not be permitted. So we couldn't cite them for parking on a street, overweight vehicle on the street, because the driver's not in there. But if it's on private property and they obviously got there with the public street, that would be the section we'd use. And typically, in the exact example as you used, we do have people who drop the trailer, use the tractor, drive it home, park it in their driveway, if you would. And so we would cite them for that violation there, overweight vehicle on private property.
Thank you for that. The other question I had was, how often do we, this is just kind of like ballpark. I know there's people that come in once they get a parking violation and realize they didn't know they were in violation. Of course, there are a lot of people probably going to say they didn't know. but there's some that are generally just unaware because our signs are not specific on every single street, but more of the entry of our city boundaries. And so, for example, the overnight parking issue, right? People sometimes aren't aware because it's not posted on the actual streets they're parking on. How often do you get those folks coming in?
As you know, they can appeal online. And when we say come in, so the process is if you, and I get those often, by the way. Well, people say, I wasn't aware, or, how can I read the sign? I'm making a right turn. I can't read it and then safely navigate off the street. So we get that often. If you receive a parking ticket, the process is you can either pay it or you can go online and oppose it and protest it and then offer your reason why or any evidence that you have. One of the reasons also, just so everybody knows, the deputies have a handheld device that has a camera built into it. So the parking control officers, I should say, not the deputies, they are required to take a photograph of the violation. So if the car is parked up on the lawn, there'll be a picture of the car parked up on the lawn. If it's more than 18 inches away from the curb, you'll have a photograph of the car sitting out more than 18 inches. And it comes back to what you're talking there, how many people appeal. If those photographs are not visible, and because I will sit at the first level of review, so I'll take a look at it, and I know, having been with the Sheriff's Department, if I cannot, or if the person takes us to the second level, which would be an independent arbiter, if the citation would not survive on its own merit, in other words, the picture is solid, everything is there, then I would dismiss it, knowing that it would not survive appeal. And so if the photograph is fuzzy or doesn't cover it, it will be dismissed on the scene. If someone cites, in the case that you have, appeals it and says, I'm not aware, the system allows me to go into there and see how many citations have been issued prior to either the registered owner or the license plate. Sometimes people say, I've never received a citation. I can click onto it, and this goes back many years for however long we've had data ticket. And generally, if you are a Cerritos resident and you're not aware and you've never been issued a citation, more often than not, I will dismiss the citation. There's a little pre-typed out statement in there. It says dismissed, one-time courtesy. And then I will inform them the city has had a parking enforcement since 1972. And then here's the hours and here's how you can get your ticket. There's a warning and a way to fix it. And then it's dismissed.
Thank you for saying all that, because it leads into my next question and request, and you completely answered it, is that are you able to track how many citation an individual or a license plate has had in the past? And you answered that, and the answer is yes. Because the reason why I wanted to ask that question is because for residents, and you even specifically said if you're a resident, that you'll give that courtesy. And I appreciate that, and I think we got to always take care of our residents. And because there's a potential of this increase going up, that I was going to request that for the next 6 months or however long that you think is appropriate, that if a first-time offender comes in and says they didn't realize, and then also didn't realize it's going up to $45, first-time offense resident, and that it looks like you're already unofficially implementing that procedure, which I appreciate and thank you very much. I hope that continues for those residents that come in and didn't realize that they were in violation and did receive a ticket. And on top of that, now it's increased to the $45, I believe, that you'll use your good judgment and decide if that warrants a dismissal or not. So thank you for doing that. I think that's all I got. So thank you so much for clarification on my questions.
Are there any other questions?
Actually, Mayor, I'm sorry, there was one more.
Okay.
I just scribbled in my notes. I didn't see it. Now, one of the issues that I know we've encountered, and Daryl, you brought it up as well, is that because our surrounding cities have higher violation penalties, fines, that's what draws some people to park in our streets. And we're talking about the bordering areas of our city. For example, I think over there at Del Amo, for a time being, we had a lot of residents that lived in apartments across the street that was in our city. They would park along our streets. Is it possible, and I don't know if it is, and City Attorney might chime in here, that because our city's traditionally has been lower in fines than the neighboring cities, which attracts those to come and take a chance in our city to park illegally, can we also add in there that, we should be a few dollars, $5 over our adjacent cities? That way that we won't encourage that type of action from adjacent city residents to park on our street, knowing that we're a lot less. So is that something we can do as a council to go ahead and pose for future changes, that we always, like if a neighboring city changes their fine amount up, to $50 and ours is 45, can our municipal code or our laws just say, once that kicks in, ours go up $5 above that? Or do we always have to bring it back to council?
We would always have to the short answer is we'd always have to bring it back to council unless we authorize some sort of other methodology that the city manager's office to make certain adjustments when certain events are triggered. That specific paradigm hasn't been proposed here yet. But it is theoretically possible. But one caveat and warning I would give the council is, right now we're proposing fees that are kind of, my understanding, are in the more middle of the pack. So that is not to say we can't go to a higher level necessarily. The only requirement in the code is that we base our fines based off of some sort of standardized metric, like by looking at other similar cities in the county. So that still gives us more leeway. Just the numbers that are here before you right now aren't necessarily the limit, so to speak.
Travis, if you don't mind my interrupting, we can build in a automatic escalation process, to this, so that if other departments, the courthouses, the state, whatever, if they raise their fees, ours can go up automatically to cover that.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and then on what Chung is bringing up, we can build that in also.
I'm sorry, bring what in? What's the second point?
Okay, if say 4 or 5 cities around us, raise their fees. For instance, those that live across from Delamo, a lot of the people in the apartments here park on the Cerritos side because our fees are less. And then they also park within the residential neighborhoods right to the north of it. So if Lakewood's, for instance, in this case, they raise their fee above ours, we could put in a escalation clause into what we're doing, to compensate for that.
The action would still have to be approved via resolution. I believe we could do it provided we have a policy, a robust policy in place, essentially designating that resolution authority.
Is this a policy or is it a municipal code?
This is a resolution that implements what's in our municipal code. Basically, it just sets the fine amount.
Okay. So that's why I'm at. Will we have to change our municipal code to?
I would have to go
address that?
look in the detail of our current municipal code to confirm that. I'm not as well versed as that as City Attorney Erke is at the moment.
Okay, but we could, within the motion, provide direction to have staff go ahead and write it back to us for approval.
Correct. To verify that we can do it under our current
that'd
charter
be
and
part of
such.
the motion then tonight to have that happen.
What we could do is we could move to approve the proposal from staff now, and then have either an add to that motion, also directing staff to come back with a proposal to allow for some sort of automatic adjusting or modifier in accordance with what I understand the council is directing here.
Yeah. And the only reason why I'm bringing that up is because the surrounding residents on our borders, I mean, we've received complaints all the time by semi-trucks, vehicles in their neighboring cities coming over and parking and taking up spaces, knowing that there's an overnight violation, but they still take that opportunity to park, hoping that our parking enforcement officer doesn't go to that neighborhood that day, that night. And we get complaints all the time. And I think the reason why is because our fines are so low next to the city that they actually live in. So I would like to make that motion that our assistant city attorney has recommended. And then
And so to clarify, the motion would be to adopt staff's recommendation today, which would be to adopt the fee schedule that is, the fine schedule that is being proposed today, along with the direction to staff to come back with a proposal to allow for either an automatic, I'm going to say either an automatic adjustment to the fine amounts or an expedited process to increase fine amounts in response to neighboring cities raising their fines.
Yeah, that, when the time comes, I will make that motion, yes. Thank you.
Yes, Linda?
So our neighboring cities of Artesia, Bellflower, Lakewood, Hawaiian Gardens, those are those cities that kind of touch us. They do not have overnight parking fines, it looks like it. If I missed any, then apologize for that. Then, but we're not set, we don't have to be set on the $45 tonight. We can actually set it higher, correct?
Correct.
So would it be easier just to set a higher limit instead of having to come back again next time? I mean,
that
I
is-
think
that-
a higher limit would really deter people, our neighbors, to come and park on our streets.
That is certainly in the council's prerogative. Then the only real restriction is, again, the standardized standard in the code, which is unfortunately vague. So this is why staff is proposing kind of a more middle of the road approach, but that doesn't mean you can't go higher than that. Would I recommend you go well beyond whatever the highest is currently? Probably not. You wouldn't want to be an outlier, but you do obviously have some wiggle room in terms of what your overall amount would be.
What do my colleagues think about that? Instead of the 45, make it a little higher.
After public comments, we can
Oh, I see.
have a discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Not hearing any more questions, we'll go ahead and open to the public for comments. And I have none that are listed. Do you have any that were written?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. We have one piece of written correspondence on this item. Gail Grossman expressed support for increased civil penalties and enforcement related to designated parking prohibitions and restrictions. And that was the only piece of written correspondence received.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I offer just one more comment?
Certainly.
And that's regarding the enforcement and the practicality for people maybe listening. It's if you receive a parking ticket for $45 one evening, that's not one and done. Typically there's approximately 135 miles of surface streets in the city. We have 2 parking enforcement officers out there driving around, and typically it takes several days to come back to the same area. 3 or 4 days if you're driving 5-6 miles an hour. But if we do have problem areas like we do on Del Amo, we do direct them to start or end their shift every single night at the problem area. So I just want to let people know that they're not subject to just one parking ticket. They could theoretically receive a parking ticket every single night, if it's a problem area until the problem is resolved. So just wanted to point that out that we have flexibility as to when and where we actually enforce that.
Thank you, Daryl. Yes, go ahead. There is no other names. But go ahead.
So as I was saying, since we're not limited to just the $45, is there any discussion that my colleagues want to, or action that they want to entertain?
I would like to increase to $55.
Okay.
I don't have an issue with the amount, 45, 55, but I am still interested in an escalation type of thing where it does get triggered in the future. That's something that way it doesn't have to come back to council every time we have issues. But if you want to bring it up to 55, I'm okay with that. But I still would like some type of escalation or something that triggers the city to be able to, I guess, quote unquote, compete with the other cities next to us. And that's the main concern. It's not the amount that we fine our violators. Is more or less that the attraction to park in our city is because local cities next to us are lower than us, or higher than us, and that therefore that's the concern I have. That's the complaints I received from residents, and that's the complaint that we also have issues with individuals that park vehicles where they may or may not be occupying it overnight, and because they park here, it's because the fines are less versus somewhere else in neighboring cities. And like to Daryl's comment, the sheriff's department has been aggressively citing individuals, and it has deterred them from coming into our city. And that tells me that it works, that the amount of fines does translate to a deterrence. So therefore, I think that That's where I'm looking at. It could be $10 today or $100, but I think that we should always have something in place to make sure that we're competitive, lack of a better term, with our local neighboring cities. So again, I still make the motion that was recommended by our assistant city attorney in regards to however number you want tonight. I would still like to add that qualifying escalator.
Okay, I was just going to ask if you would take no issues as a friendly amendment to add to what you're recommending.
Of course.
Okay. I do have one question before we go to that. Frank, you look like you're ready to say
Yeah.
something too.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Should I go?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And by the way, there is a motion, a second on the floor, so your comments, it would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think.
But no, no. We didn't make it official. We just discussed it.
Okay, I take it back. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
Thank you. A couple different thoughts that are going to explain why I'm against this, which is, one is we have numerous programs and services. We have numerous programs and services put on by our city, supported by our city for the benefit and the general welfare and the public safety of our residents. For example, we spend upwards of almost $20 million in our budget to fund public safety in our city. But similarly, we spend millions of dollars on our libraries, we spend millions of dollars on our CCPA, we spend millions of dollars for our parks. For example, the programs and services of our parks are not making a profit. They're not even breaking even. They're not even close to breaking even. Our youth basketball program, we run at a deficit. Would we even think of raising prices so that we can make a profit off our youth basketball program? No. It's about providing services to our residents who are funding the city with their hard-earned taxpayer dollars, and we have to make the right decisions in allocating our revenues to pay for our expenses. So I don't think a way of looking at this is we want our parking enforcement program to break even. I think what's important is we have to look at everything together. We have to look at the forest, not the trees. And today, we shouldn't be saying, let's make the parking program break even. Because our residents are asking us to make the complicated, convoluted, complex decision of how to spend our revenues to cover our expenses. And I think it's too simplistic to say our parking program is running a deficit. Because ultimately, when we raise fees on our residents, it hits their pocketbooks. Some of our residents are on fixed incomes, for example, our senior citizens. And every time we increase fees, I just need to be convinced that it's the right thing to do for our residents. I look back on a discussion we had about, for example, we talked about let's charge residents more if they use their credit cards, because the city gets charged fees when they pay with credit cards. And it's like we're trying to squeeze every possible nickel and dime out of our residents when we have, as of today's city council agenda packet, we have $158,621,170.39 in the bank. And we have, just in general fund alone, we have $111,637,116.23. So, I understand that, I don't like it. We don't like it when non-residents come into our city and they park overnight on the streets. And I understand we don't like it when non-residents come into our city and they park on the street during street sweeping, so the street sweeper has to go around them and they can't sweep that 10 feet patch of the street because that non-resident parked their car there because they didn't know, or the gardener or the contractor or the family friend or the babysitter, you know. I just think, you know, with inflation, and again, you know, I don't want to make it too complicated, but with inflation and with fixed incomes and with our residents just trying to earn a living and raise their families, and us having hundreds of millions of dollars, over $100 million in general fund and over $150 million in the bank, you know, we don't need to raise parking fees at this time. We don't need it to break even because we don't make a lot. I can go through the budget. I can go through this ACFR that we just got handed. I can find a lot of programs and services that are not breaking even. I can find programs and services that are running a deficit of millions of dollars. And here we're only talking about $200,000. And we're gonna, you know, some of our residents, like we talked about, Public Safety Manager Darrell Evans is doing everything he can to keep this a safe city from real crimes like residential burglaries and car burglaries and smash and grabs in our shopping centers. You know, I'm so happy that that's what they're focusing on, and I'm so happy that that's what Captain Drew Strong is focusing on, real crimes that affect our residents' safety in our city, and they want to feel safe. And they see that our streets, on the most part, cars are not parked on the street overnight unless they have a permit. And for the most part, cars are not on the street during street sweeping because the residents have figured it out. But sometimes they make a mistake. Sometimes they forget. Sometimes one of their kids forgets. At this time, I don't want to try to get a little bit more revenue in our $100 million plus budget from asking our residents to pay more money out of their pockets. I don't want to squeeze out a little bit more money from our residents, even though that means I'm not squeezing it out from the non-residents. But again, that was the idea behind making more money for our city from raising sales taxes. The idea was if we raise sales taxes 3/4 cent per dollar, most of that money was going to come from non-residents. And that money from non-residents with a higher sales tax, that would have funded our city's programs up to close to $20 million. And we could have used that money to cover this parking enforcement program. But our residents told us, we don't want to raise our sales taxes 3/4 cent. We don't care that most of that money is going to come from non-residents. We don't want to be, we residents of Cerritos, we don't want to be charged that 3/4 cent. So that same mentality that the residents showed us when they voted down the 3/4 cent sales tax increase, I think if they could vote here, I think the residents of Cerritos would vote, I don't want to be subject to my city hall potentially charging me more for a mistake I make in a parking ticket. And they voted no to a sales tax increase that would have affected a lot of non-residents paying higher sales tax, that money could have been used for our city. The residents said no. The residents said, I don't want to be charged a higher sales tax. So similarly, I think those residents have, by that vote, because I'm thinking about it right now as I'm talking about it, by that vote, they don't want higher fees. So that's why I'm against any increase in the parking enforcement fee schedule, because I understand from what from the voting I've seen the residents done, from hearing the residents talking about their challenges with raising their costs living in the city when we talk about raising water bills from our Cerritos water utility, when we talk about raising trash bills There's always residents who are having a tough time on fixed incomes. And we all know that at this specific time, there's inflation, which magnifies what we're talking about. So I tried to keep it shorter, but I just needed to explain and be transparent and let everyone understand why I'm against increasing fees that my residents have to pay. And so that's why I'm against raising parking fees. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Any other comments?
Yeah, real quick. You know, the city's known for being top in the region for its beautiful homes, buildings, and parks. And all this is possible because of the ordinances we have in place, such as no parking on your grass, no inoperable vehicles in your driveway. We even have a property preservation commission that addresses homes that are in violation of or not in compliance with city rules and regulations. So our current restrictions on parking vehicles is a perfect example of keeping our neighborhoods safe. It's all about public safety. Having the permit allows us to keep track of what cars are in front of our homes. So it really is about those that are not following the rules. If you don't follow the rules, there are penalties. I don't look at it as actually taxing or affecting those residents that live here because most of them do follow the rules. Thank you.
I have some more comments, Mayor.
Certainly.
Thank you. I appreciate my colleagues' comments at the very opposite end of mine. There's a difference between fees and fines, right? And we're focusing on fees here, but really it's a fine that we're talking about. People who violate a crime needs to be fined or there's consequences. We're not raising fees, even though maybe in the agenda it talks about fee schedules and stuff like that. These are consequences, these are fines that those who violate need to know there's consequences. If there's no consequences, there'll be no rule, no order. And when we talk about real crimes, because I'm sitting here listening, this mentality of we should only deal with real crimes. That's the reason why we're having issues now, because we don't really focus on the little issues that creates the bigger real crimes. And that has nothing to do with this park enforcement, by the way. I just want to just address that. And to be fully transparent, the tax measure that was brought to the people to vote, I wasn't on council at that time. I didn't vote to have it go to the people. In fact, I would have voted no because I'm against the tax measures for the city because we're doing well. So to be transparent, the question should be who was on council that voted to have that on for the people to vote to get that approved. So let's be transparent about that. So let's not try to convert this into the council trying to raise fees and try to hurt our residents. And it's about those who violate the rules. They need to have consequences that will deter their actions, because the quality of life issue is important. That means the little things are important to our residents, not just the big things, but the little things, which is called quality of life issues. Residents that come home and they have to deal with illegal parkers on their streets, semi-trucks, RVs, you name it. Quality of life issues that I think our residents deserve and expect from our council. So when you equate that to basketball, parks, I mean, come on. These are fines and consequences. We're not talking about fees for our kids to play sports in our leagues. We're not talking about making sure our parks are well maintained. We're talking about those who violate our parking ordinance, and there should be consequences at the level where it would deter their action. And we're not there, and that's what we need to do today. Thank you.
Okay. Did you want to make your motion?
I'll make my motion. That was recommended by Assistant City.
Okay, and that's
a
with
friendly amendment of
by Naresh.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. I'd like to just make, one comment. On page 2 in the findings, Daryl, is this correct, that there's 17,000 citations yearly? Or at least the past year?
That's about average, yes. Anywhere from 16, 17, that's pretty routine.
Okay, the one thing that hasn't been discussed, and I'm unaware of any changes since I was on council prior, to this term, Up until COVID, as far as I know, it was illegal to park a commercial vehicle at a residence in their driveway if it has commercial, lettering on it. Is that ordinance still in place?
Yes, sir, it is.
And have we done anything to say that we shouldn't do that?
No.
Okay, I'm just curious. I've had some residents ask, and the part I want to address is, ever since I've been here, I've ran into residents that moved here from other cities that do allow things that we have never allowed. And they moved here because our city had more restrictions. It enhanced the value of the properties. It didn't deter, really maintaining the properties. They liked the fact that we enforced our ordinances. And I'm thinking of one guy in particular that moved here from Norwalk, and I could talk about from Lakewood and Long Beach and other cities. But on his street, someone parked a broken down bus in their front yard. He said that reduced the value of his property. And people have moved here because, just like the businesses, I've been told by numerous businesses that have moved in the city, the fact that we help protect the value of the property, they're willing to invest more money to be here. And I think if we do exactly what Chung was pointing out, not enforce those, we're hurting every residential house and business in the city. It's why I'm in favor of increasing the fees and potentially looking at a way to escalate it on a regular basis. And I'll ask Chung, that is part of your motion, is that our legal side and our staff will look at it and come back to us if we need language, if we can.
Yes.
Okay.
And then if I also might clarify the friendly amendment as well. Right now we have switching the penalties from 45 to 55, but not all of the fines are currently at 45. Are we only talking about those that are currently at 45?
If to clarify, yes, the ones that say 45, I think you would just want to bump, because some are 59, some are a little bit higher. We just want to change the 45 to the 55.
And some are lower as well. So I just
Yeah,
wanted
just
to
the
clarify.
45 to 55, right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Vita, can we have a vote, please? Or Cindy, whoever's in charge?
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilmember Vo, and I'm sorry, I did not hear the second.
I second it.
And second by Mayor Pro Tem Solanki, and the electronic voting is activated. And the motion passes by a vote of 4-1.
Okay, at this time, I've been asked for a brief recess about how much, this is for the city attorney. And
5 minutes should be fine.
Advise me, about 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. We'll take a 5-minute recess. be as brief as I hoped. The next item on the agenda is legislative items, item 10A. Do we have staff report?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. We do not have any legislative items to report this evening.
Okay, under review and consideration under 10B of support opposed, so that's legislation also. So we'll move on to item 11, 11A.
Thank you.
And Robert,
thank you, Mayor.
this is yours.
Thank you. Just a brief note to provide a big note of thanks to our staff in Public Works and in Recreation, within Public Works, particularly to our Engineering Division and our Parks Division for all their very hard work in getting our golf course back up to the way we love it. And again, we're excited for the day we can open and are hopeful to report that hopefully very soon. And as soon as we do, we will inform the City Council and the public. And just want to say a big thanks to them.
Okay, thank you. Under item 11B is City Council Communications. If Council would let me go first this time because I have a request. We have a young lady that used to live in the area whose twin sister died, and there was a very special relationship with one of our parks, and she's asking if there's a possibility to have, besides a tree planted in memory of her sister, that there be the ability to have a bench put in. And she and her family are willing to pay for, some part of it or all of it. Depends on the cost. We don't really have any way, to get there at this point. And what I'm asking is for council concurrence to send this idea back to our Parks and Recs Commission to review and have staff, bring in the cost analysis. I understand from talking to staff that we do need more benches, but exactly how many and, where they're put and so on is discussable.
Yes.
Thank you, Frank.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
as well.
Looks like it's unanimous. And Courtney, I think she walked out already. She had to get back to San Francisco. Anyway, thank you very much. I'll reserve my other items for later. Chung, can we start with you?
Thank you, Mayor. Just recently, I attended the National League Cities Conference out in D.C. I was fortunate to attend some of the sessions. One of the things that I wanted to talk about was the public safety in regards to how the federal government is providing grants for local cities, local communities, county level, city levels. And I'll be providing that information to the city manager in regards to how we can possibly apply for these grants. One of the things that one of the programs that the federal government has was the 988 program. I don't know if you guys have heard of that, but surprisingly, that's the first I've heard of it, and it's all throughout the United States, and it's for crisis prevention, and it's for those who may need to talk to somebody before they take that leap into, possibly taking their own life, that they would, push 988. And what I didn't know was that if you Google anything that has to do with the word suicide, the first thing that pops up on Google is the 988 information. And I did that when I was sitting at the conference, and sure enough, that information popped up, and they share stories of how so many people's lives were saved because of that program. And with that, there's grants for that too. So I want the city manager to possibly look at it. The other thing I was fortunate to do was also to meet with our Congresswoman Michelle Steele, and to have a very good discussion about the plans and the earmarks for our city and the cities that she represents. And one of the things that we talked about was the Del Amo Bridge. And I know this effort's been going on for years. I remember when I was first mayor, we had a meeting with the mayors and the local mayors of the surrounding cities, and the 4 or 5 cities that are involved were all on board and requesting assistance. And I know we had an agenda item a few council meetings ago talking about the Del Amo Bridge, and one of the tasks that I got after that meeting was to make sure to reach out to Michelle again to make sure where we're at And at the time, because of the delays and what was going on in the House, there was some delay, and the vote did not take place. And while I was meeting her, and I reminded her about that again, and she was excited to say that, oh, it passed in the House. And then, but I guess that information hadn't gotten back to us yet. And so the very next day, Robert, you sent an email to council to announce that at least at the House level, it's been approved. Still has to go to the Senate. So there's still a hurdle for her to get these approved. But at least at the House level, we got it approved, and we're slated to get 5 of the 27 million I think that we need, but that's still 5 million more than what we had to start with. So I'm crossing our fingers that the Senate approves it, and then we get what should be coming to us, hopefully. And I don't know how much we can use of that and how far we can go with that, but at least it's 5 more than what we didn't have. And then I also met with, although she doesn't represent our city, she's a former resident and a very proud advocate for our city. Is that's Congresswoman Young Kim. I met her as well. I kind of surprised her because I was there, so I went up to her office just to do a drop-in. Luckily, she had an open space, and so I was able to meet with her. We just chit-chat about Cerritos, and I always feel like from Bruce, I'm sorry. Napolitano, I think, right, is who you, Grace Napolitano. Even though she doesn't represent always all our city, she's a very big advocate for our city. And it's always good to talk to other members of Congress. And Young is a huge advocate for us, even though she doesn't represent our city. And with that, I'll go ahead and just finish. Thank you.
Okay, Naresh.
Thank you, Mayor. I got nothing to report.
Okay. Linda? Okay. I'll just go right down the.
Thank you.
The dais here.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended on February the 24th, the Cerritos Chinese American Senior Citizens Association 2024, along with the mayor, at their Lunar New Year celebration at the Cerritos Senior Center. That evening, I also attended the Monte Carlo night hosted by Soroptimus International Artesia Cerritos at the center in Lakewood. On the 25th of February, I was at the performance of Malevo at the CCPA. On March 8th, I attended a discussion hosted by Assembly member Sharon Quirk Silva and with State Treasurer Fiona Ma. On March 9th, I was back at the CCPA and enjoyed the performance of Rock of Ages. And then from March 10th through the 13th, I was at the National League of Cities Conference in Washington, D.C. It was a busy 3 days. From the moment I landed at the airport, went straight to the Asian Pacific American Municipal Officers meeting, also known as APAMO. I'm a board member on APAMO, and my colleague here, Frank, is the board president. So it's nice to know that Cerritos is well represented. It's one of 6 constituency groups at NLC. An added role I had this year at NLC was that I was one of 6 jurors that reviewed applications and rated them from cities all over the country that applied for their Cultural Diversity Award. This award honors community leadership in developing creative and effective programs to improve cultural diversity. It was an amazing experience to hear about what other cities are doing to enhance cultural awareness in their communities. I hope someday City of Cerritos would look into applying for that award. The keynote speaker at the Monday general session was President Joe Biden. It was very encouraging to hear him say that he supports leaders at the local level. He realizes that local government is where it all happens. Another speaker that we met was United States Secretary of Labor, Julie Su. I won't say too much about that because I'll let Frank talk about her, but I will share, she went to Juarez Elementary and Whitney High with Frank, and as she walked on stage, she saw Frank and I sitting in the front row, and she kind of gave us a hi, and it was kind of exciting because we're just so proud to see somebody in the White House that's from the city of Cerritos. So I want to thank my colleagues and the residents for the opportunity to attend the National League of Cities Conference. It was an amazing experience of learning and listening from colleagues from across the nation. This morning, I got to welcome students and teachers at both performances at the University of Wonder and Imagination, which is made possible by the City of Cerritos and LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn. And the last thing I did just before this meeting was I was at the ribbon cutting at Ironwood 9 at the golf course, and thank you to staff for their thorough report on item 7C earlier today with all the updates on the staff, on the golf course. And that's it. Thank you.
Frank?
Thank you. So, first, I just want to share the sad news. I want to share the sad news that a great man, we've lost a great man, a great longtime resident of our city of Cerritos. His name is Benny Wasserman. He passed away just a few days ago. Mr. Benny Wasserman has been here since I moved to Cerritos in the 70s, raising his three boys, Mike, Craig, and Mark Wasserman, with his wife Fern Wasserman. And I got to know the Wasserman family because Mark Wasserman and I went to Whitney High School together since the 7th grade. And his dad was always so supportive, and he was the best husband and the best father and the best friend. And, he just, recently lost his battle with his illness just a couple days ago. So I will be, when the time is right and the family is ready, I will be respectfully asking this council to adjourn one of our future meetings in his memory. But I just wanted all of those many residents, many Cerritos residents and many non-residents who knew what kind of man Benny Wasserman was, that unfortunately, may he rest in peace. And the service is tomorrow morning. So on February 24, I attended the Seroptimist International of Artesia Cerritos Monte Carlo night. I was joined with my council colleague, Linda Johnson. Also there was former Mayor Mark Polito and Planning Commissioner Gloria Perlas Polito. It was a well-attended event, raising tens of thousands of dollars for the many philanthropic activities that the Seroptimist International of Artesia Cerritos is known for. But I then raced over to the Edison High School to watch our very own Cerritos High School varsity boys basketball team play in the CIF championship game. I want to give kudos to the Cerritos High School varsity girls basketball team that played in the championship game earlier in the night. Unfortunately, they lost. They won league. They made it all the way to the championship game of CIF. I'm so proud of those girls. But I made it to the CIF championship game for the Cerritos High School varsity boys basketball game right at the beginning of the second quarter. And it was a close game, but they pulled away in the fourth quarter. And as all my fellow Cerritos High School Dons parents know, Cerritos High School boys basketball won their very first CIF championship that night of February 24. And their they will always be CIF champions. And they joined their fellow CIF boys football team, Cerritos High School football team that won the championship earlier this school year. On February 27, I watched our Artesia High School girls soccer team play in the opening game of the CIF state playoffs. They were in the state playoffs because the week before, our very own Artesia High School girls soccer team won their CIF championship. As Cerritos parents know, there are Cerritos families whose homeschool and they are attending Artesia High School. I just wanted to also give a shout out to the Artesia High School girls soccer team and their families for winning the CIF championship, advancing to the CIF state playoffs. They had the opening game on February 27. It was such an exciting game at Artesia High School, and the girls won that game, and they advanced further into the CIF state playoffs. February 29, I was honored to attend the Emperor's birthday reception at the official residence of the Japanese Consul General. I got to meet with the Consul General of Japan and the Mrs. Kenko Sone. Many elected officials were there, many business VIPs. I got to see my good friend, the Philippine Consul General, Edgar Badajoz. But what I will always remember is I got to meet a idol of mine for the first time ever. I got to meet with and talk with and shake hands with George Takei, survivor of the Japanese concentration camps. And it was a blessing to meet him and his husband. And I always have that memory of what a generous man he was. So on February 29th, later in that night, I went over to the Artesia High School girls soccer game at Bell Gardens. It was the game they advanced in the CIF state playoffs. Unfortunately, they lost that game. And again, I'm proud of those girls for winning the CIF championship and advancing to the second round of the CIF state playoffs. On March 1, I attended the San Bernardino Mobile Workshop as a representative of SCAG, Southern California Association of Government. I am the chair of the Community Economic and Human Development Committee. SCAG represents 191 cities and 6 counties and almost 19 million residents. I'm proud to represent Cerritos on SCAG. And we had a San Bernardino Mobile Workshop where we visited, and I think staff here is going to know what I'm about to say, who I'm about to say. We visited the Esri compound. And Esri is one of our vendors. We have a contract with them, and I got to see the nuts and bolts of the data that they provide us and we depend on in making good decisions here in the city of Cerritos. On March 2, our California Attorney General, Rob Bonta, visited the city of Cerritos. I got to meet with him along with former Mayor Mark Polito at Heritage Park, and we had a great meeting and discussion with Attorney General Rob Bonta about our city of Cerritos. And then last but not least, I had the honor of representing our city at the National League of Cities Congressional City Conference in Washington, D.C. Over 2,800 cities are members of the National League of Cities. All those municipal officers, all those elected officials send representatives to the Capitol to advocate collectively to our federal legislators. So thank you for letting everyone know, Linda, for pointing out that I'm the president of one of their constituency groups. I'm the president of the Asian Pacific American Municipal Officials. And when I got there for the weekend, I was able to attend on Saturday a reception for the leadership of SCAG at the Library of Congress. I've never been there before. It was beautiful. And I got to meet with many of the other elected officials in NLC, including the leadership of the National League of Cities. On Sunday was the day when the constituency groups had their meeting scheduled, and it was just a fantastic, fulfilling, exciting day. APAMO had their general meeting. It was a well-attended meeting. The room was filled, and I was so excited that we, in addition to all of those Asian Pacific American, those Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander municipal officials in that room to collaborate and meet and greet and cooperate and advocate together. We had a great general meeting with fantastic speakers. The first speaker was Christine Chen, the executive director of APIA Vote, who gave us a really detailed breakdown of the developing numbers, the details of the Asian Pacific Islander American vote in our state, in our country. She broke it down for us. And that led into the keynote speaker of the general meeting, Erica Moritsugu, Deputy Assistant to the President of the United States. All of us at APAMO were so excited to hear from someone from the White House who is AAPI. And the staff of National League of Cities told me that this was the first APAMO meeting that we ever had someone from the White House speak to our body, and that really humbled me. And it was so glad to be in that, I'll call it an intimate room where we got to speak in a safe place about AAPI issues with someone who has the ear of the President of the United States. She talked to us about the accomplishments of the administration regarding the AAPI community, and she talked to us about her story as an AAPI woman leading up to working in the White House next to the President of the United States. We then had our APAMO dinner, which again was a well-attended event. They actually had to bring in more tables because more people wanted to come to the dinner that hadn't RSVP'd. And we had two great speakers. We had Ben de Guzman, director from the Mayor's Office of Washington, D.C., Director of Asian and Pacific Islander Affairs, and the keynote dinner speaker was Madeline Melka, President and CEO of APEX, which is Asian Pacific American Institute for Congressional Studies, and they're about building leaders, teaching leaders from our community getting into higher office. And that's what our collection of AAPI municipal leaders, all of us city council members, it was so great to hear from the president of APEX about our opportunities to get into higher office. For example, one of their more well-known graduates is our very own Southern California Congressmember Ted Lieu. I didn't think it could get better than that, but on Monday, because I have the blessing of being president of APAMO, I was invited to the meet and greet with the President of the United States, President Biden, and I was able to shake hands with the President and talk to him, and I'll share with you what I said to him because I'm proud of it. Is when I got to walk up to the president and shake his hand, I said, Mr. President, I'm so proud to represent my hometown, the city of Cerritos, which is also the hometown of Julie Su. And his eyes got bigger, and he said, she's great, isn't she? And I said, because it was the only thing that came to my mind, I said, I love her. And that was our moment. And I think they took a picture of it, a picture of us. I wasn't allowed to bring my phone in. I think they took a picture of us, so maybe I'll get a picture. I hope my eyes are open, and I hope I was smiling, and we'll see. And then there was general sessions, and coincidentally later that day, and we knew it was happening, right, Linda, because there's a detailed schedule that shows all the speakers. One of the speakers that was coming up was Secretary of Labor Julie Su, from the city of Cerritos. So, I made sure to get there really early so I could be in the front row, and Linda joined me. And it was so exciting when they announced Julie Su. And she walked on stage, and I was waving my hand like I was at a pep rally. And Julie saw us, and she smiled and waved to us, and she went up to the microphone, and she said, yes, it's so exciting to see all these municipal leaders from across the country, including from my hometown, Cerritos. So she said that out to the audience. And later in the day, some of my friends there told me they heard her give a shout out to Cerritos. So she gave her fantastic speech as Secretary of Labor appointed by our president. And it was so fantastic to see one of our hometown products, or one of our hometown sons and daughters of Cerritos representing in the White House, representing Cerritos in the White House. You know, she went to Benito Juarez Elementary School. She went to Whitney High School, grew up in Granada Park. Robert knows what I'm talking about when I say Granada Park. And again, I was so lucky that after she finished speaking, I heard from her, and she invited me to come have a meeting with her. So I brought Linda along, and we got to have a private meeting with the Secretary of Labor. We talked about Cerritos. We reminisced about Cerritos. We caught her up with Cerritos, and it was so humbling, again, so honored. I'm so privileged to have been able to have this wonderful meeting with Secretary of Labor, Julie Su. And then National League of Cities wrapped up on Wednesday, which is called Hill Day. It's called Hill Day because Wednesday is the day when all of the members of National League of Cities, all the elected officials, descend upon Capitol Hill to advocate for National League of Cities and their respective cities to all of the federal legislators, 1,000 strong. There was 1,000 strong in terms of National League of Cities elected officials who were signed up and scheduled to go meet their representatives. Unfortunately, the League of California Cities scheduled our meetings with our senators, Senator Padilla and Senator Butler, at the exact same time. We were scheduled to meet with our Congress member, Michelle Steele. So we all know it's more important to meet with your Congress member than with the senator, because in the senator, I would have been in a big group of about 80 California electeds. With Michelle Steele, it was not even a handful. So I went to the meeting, and I was the only Cerritos council member there at the meeting with Michelle Steele. So I got to have that conversation with her and her legislative director about Cerritos. I gave them our Cerritos packet, and we talked about all the talking points of Cerritos, including the Del Amo Bridge project, the Hawk traffic signal program, and last but not least, more ALPERs. We always want more ALPERs, right? Captain Strong, right? Public Safety Manager Darrell Evans. I also asked her if she can, for the future, consider automatic license plate readers, stationary automatic license plate readers, like you asked us to, Robert. And she did also share with me the great news that she and her staff were just about to send out the press release that we got the earmark of $5 million for the Del Amo Bridge project. And she told me that she was going to email that. They were going to be emailing that information out shortly. And then and I thanked her. I thanked her for with all of the cities she represents. I'm thankful that she got us $5 million to turn our Del Amo Bridge in the future from 2 lanes into 4 lanes, 2 one-way lanes into 4 lanes, 2 lanes going each way. And I thanked her. And one thing I want to let all you Cerritos residents know is she also made it a point to tell me she's giving us $5 million. The city of Brea asked for their pet project, they asked for $3 million, and she got them $2 million. So I told her, when I run to my friends at the city of Brea, I'm going to tell them, hey, we got $5 million. So then after I met with Michelle Steele, then I went to my meeting with Congresswoman Linda Sanchez, a good friend, because as you all know, she used to represent our city of Cerritos. So I got to meet with my good friend Linda Sanchez and catch up on Cerritos. Tell her what's going on in the city of Cerritos, and it's just good to have, just as was pointed out earlier. It's good to know Congress members. It's good, just like it's good to know assembly members, state senators, and other city council members and our senators. So she worked with our city of Cerritos many years. So I'm just glad to keep that friendship going with Congresswoman Linda Sanchez. And that's it. Hill Day ended, and I was able to catch a plane back that day and get back into the wonderful, beautiful city of Cerritos late last night. Today I had more meetings. I had a meeting with the League of California Cities for a preparation meeting, because I'm the chair on the League of California Cities. I'm the chair of the Governance, Transparency, and Labor Relations Committee. We had a prep meeting today, because next week we're going to have an in-person meeting in the city of Burbank, because the times are changing and we are getting back to in-person meetings for these large statewide organizations. So we're going to have an in-person meeting in Burbank. We had to do the prep work today. I'm proud to represent Cerritos as a chair of one of the League of California Cities policy committees. And then lastly, I had a SCAG prep meeting today as well, because as a SCAG leader, as the chair of the Community Economic and Human Development Committee, we are sending a delegation to Sacramento next week to meet with our state leaders to advocate for our joint concerns as Southern California cities, including RENA reform and other issues that affect our Southern California cities. And we are more powerful together than apart. So I'm lucky that I get to go to Sacramento, represent us at the state level, just like I was able to do these last couple of days, working together with my fellow municipal officials across the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Frank. I want to thank Chung and Frank, you both, for talking with our Congresswoman. But I'd like to also pass on things that I learned is it's extremely important to meet with our senators. The congressional members within the state make their budget request, and the senators are the ones that approve it. And then it gets carved up all the way down. And this is something I know, Chung, you met with the Congresswoman last year on the same issue, and it's something that's very important, I know, to the 4 cities involved with it. And Frank, I didn't quite catch the name. Is it Wasserman or Walkerman?
Ben Wasserman, affectionately known as Benny Wasserman.
I'd like to get concurrence.
89 years old. His 90th birthday would have been on April 2.
That's my birthday. Hopefully I make it that far. Staff has asked me about these in memoriam forms that we pass out. And a request is made by another council member that we have all 5 names on it. You know, my personal philosophy is that anybody asks for a resident, it's automatic. And our staff needs to know basically 2 things: how many copies the family wants, and what they want on the document. So we, individually, we have to coordinate that. If council concurs, I'd just like to make sure that our staff knows it's automatic to have all 5 signatures on it.
I concur.
Okay.
Yes.
I think we're getting concurrence on it. And we'll put that in the protocol manual for the future, when we get the chance to, review that. The other is, I had 3 items here. one of the things that's a question I know I had in the various campaigns I've worked in, my own and others, is the campaign finances. We always did ours electronically. It's, the filing of it with the state. We need to get concurrence from council to have our staff do the same thing so they can take the report and pass it on, make things more timely. And I was talking with Vita about that the other day, and she said the concurrence is the needed part, and so I'm asking for council concurrence to do that.
Yes.
I concur.
Okay, you have your three, and that
Thank
means you
you.
have to agendize it and bring back the language and so forth.
Correct. We will prepare an ordinance as required by the Political Reform Act to do so, and we will agendize that accordingly.
Okay, thank you. One of the other ones is AB 548. It has to do with code enforcement. The state is requiring that on multifamily units, we have to have certain language in place by January 2025. And I'm assuming that since it's talking about a building next to another building, which could be an ADU, it could be attached to it, next to it, whatever, that's multifamily, that falls under the same purview. If we have to incur extra expenses to meet the state's requirement, we should recover that expense, to have someone go out and do the, inspection. And what I'm asking for here is council concurrence to have staff look into it, bring back, whatever has to be done.
On a report back? Like a report back?
No, I think it needs to be agendized because it has to be in place by January. So it's going to contain options. It will give us a chance to look at, in the totality of it.
I concur.
Yes.
Okay, I think we have concurrence there also. And the last one, I've had a number of residents ask me, way back when John Crawley was on the city council and Sherman Cappy and myself, we wrote the language to modify the charter to go ahead and be able to move the election dates, to keep it away, keep the dates, everything focused on our city. And in violation of the state's charter, we had the election move twice within a year. And that's illegal, as far as I remember. The problem is we moved it 3 times since then, and we had 78% of the people approve it, to extend the terms and have that language in there. I've heard from a lot of folks that they don't think it should be in there now, and we've heard people speak to us on it. And what I'd like to do is get concurrence, have staff come up with the language to remove that from the charter and allow the citizens to vote on it, to either keep it in or kick it out. But what I'm hearing is that they don't want to have council just on a whim change the dates. So
I'll concur just so we can get a report and a thorough report.
that's exactly what it does.
I'm a little confused now, but I'll concur.
It's getting late. Okay, so is there concurrence? Yeah. Okay. There's at least 4 on it. Okay, so that'd be the staff to come up with language that would be on the election, allow council to consider it, and make a recommendation or a vote on it. To either move forward with it or to say we don't want to do it. Okay, those are my things.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I forgot I do have one consensus item, if I could bring up.
I'm sorry, go right ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to get consensus from my colleagues to consider moving our October 24th meeting date, council meeting date, to another date as determined by the city manager and staff due to a conflict that same evening that is happening also in the city of Cerritos. So if staff could come back with another possible date, but that's the concurrence I'm requesting.
Okay, I support it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have concurrence. Thank you, Linda. The next thing is we're going to move to public comments. We're going to ask for the written comments first from the city clerk, but I want to go ahead and do a one-time exception to our protocol manual 8.08, which is something that when I wrote it was to go ahead and be sure everything was videotaped, and something that we've been discussing. I think we were the third city to broadcast our council meetings in the state of California. Since then, we've had a number of reasons come up going back over a number of years. I'd like to, tonight, just go ahead and turn off the video and the sound on it so we can focus on, what the messages are, especially those on behalf of the residents. If I can get concurrence on that, we'll go ahead and make that the order for tonight.
Can you repeat what you just requested, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you repeat what your request for consensus is, please?
Okay, during public comments tonight, we are turning the video and sound off.
No.
Just like Lakewood. Okay, and we also have council concurrence to do so. There's 3 to do it.
Mr. Attorney, is that a legal under the Brown Act?
Yes. I'll answer ahead of time, but go ahead.
The Brown Act does not have a requirement to provide a video conference option. And so under the city's protocols, there is Protocol 8.08, which does state that regular city council meetings are generally recorded, except for study sessions and those meetings that are closed sessions. And so what I understand the requested consensus item is to grant a one-time exception for today to modify Protocol 8.08 for today's meeting to add the public comment period as to the exception in 8.08.
Is it
In addition
legal?
to that, there are other cities like Lakewood, the closest one to us. Norwalk for a while, had theirs turned off also. So it's not an uncommon thing throughout the cities of California.
Is it legal to have part of the meeting televised and then to decide to stop the televising of the meeting at some point?
The requirement to televise the meeting is in the protocol, so provided the council does agree to modify the protocol, that would be the only requirement that would otherwise apply.
Okay. So why do you want to not be transparent? I don't understand what's going on here. It's like we cut the public comment from 5 minutes to 3 minutes on the agenda. On the first page of the agenda, it says public comment is 5 minutes.
Public comments are 3 minutes tonight.
And then last
the
week,
protocol manual allows for between 3 and 5.
last
Other
week,
cities have one.
last
one-
week
one
without
minute.
any input from me as one of the 5 council members, it was cut from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. Today, without any input from me as one of the council members, the public comment was once again cut from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. The 3 of you moved it to the end of the meeting, and then now the 3 of you are gonna cut the video
Okay.
that our residents are watching this meeting. Our residents watch these meetings. We're gonna not let our residents watch part of the meeting. It doesn't make sense. City manager, this doesn't make sense. City attorney, this doesn't make sense. City clerk, doesn't make sense. You 3 of you are just sitting there quiet. It's so frustrating.
Frank, it's a council
Have
decision.
courage. Have courage.
Okay. Okay. Now, the other part is within the protocol manual, public comments are restricted to 45 minutes. And with that, when you have 20 people and they want to speak 5 minutes, you're well over the 45-minute limit. Anyway, there's council concurrence to turn off. I'll ask our studio to go ahead and do that. We'll open public comments. Okay.